did YouTube start? So like, I don't know. Last stream, it was short. It didn't do too good. Luckily, this isn't for the views. Because if it was, man. At least I get like a new subscriber every now and then. So like YouTube, I don't think they're like promoting me. It's cool though, it's perfectly fine. I can't wait to do business with Google. Like, they would get the short end of the stick, except I have a really big stick. And they're gonna get like both ends, and both are gonna be covered in shit. So Google, I will love doing business with you guys. But thanks for the subscribe. It's actually probably your mom. She likes my stick. I think I'm out of mom jokes now. Alright, so how do I get even less views? Here we go. Assembly language. Yay! Everybody loves assembly language. Even your mom. Oh, this is still loading. So like 4 registers. That tends to be like, I would assume, like the bare minimum number of registers to do like something. So x86 has, I think 8 registers. And then x86-64 you get like 16. So this JavaScript function, it takes 4 arguments. I want to make this function work with 16 registers in x86-64. So I don't know, whatever. Alright, so this function takes 4 arguments. With an object that has in out. So the source or array length and then the address of the source, which is not really relevant at this point, but whatever. and then attribute position and attribute count. So I have two switch statements. In an assembly, I can turn it into a single jump. Oh, this is so awesome. Oh man. The switch statement is a result of the call, not in the call. I'm not going to do the whole thing in assembly. I'll do like the part that sets stuff up to go into switch statements. Man, that takes the fun out of it. Okay, this is like what it does after the call. So the call, though, it sets up and prepares stuff for fall through with the switch statements. Because the fastest code is no code. Google, they don't know this. At Google, they don't know how to code. If they did, the web browser wouldn't be so exploitable. Security's not even a thing. Google is an absolute joke. It's like, it's so funny that like, you know what, whatever. Oh, I gotta get this stuff done. Companies make so much money off stealing, just straight up taking open source stuff, and nobody can protect their code anyways because it's all just public anyways. It's all just text characters. So I'll take Google's place. I will make everything and simulate every single thing, emulate whatever the word is. So I will take the place of the place takers. Oh, it's genius. No pain, no gain. It's be a lot of work. I'm started, at least. Okay, so this function takes these 4 arguments in JavaScript. I think it outputs 8. And then each of these need to be like aligned by a certain amount so they're the same length in instructions, so I can jump from a base by a multiple of however many options there are. How many options there are that can be computed for like the pattern of the data alignment. And then I can get rid of a couple of these that are redundant, but not all of them. Like, whatever, I'll get to it. It has to return 7 arguments. Well, this could be bit packed. With this. And if I'm keeping a 32-bit, these could be 1 register. And so could this. So if it's 64-bit, I could pass back a 3 registers. And then I don't even need the stack. It'll be like Lookma no stack. Because the stack is for like stack machines for people who don't know how to program. It's more complicated than pushing it on the stack. That's just stupid as hell. It's like, hey, I don't know how to like manage memory. I'm gonna use the stack. And then I can program and I still don't know how to manage memory. And then C language runs off a stack. And then like C language, we program C language and nobody knows anything. Because the people that made the thing, they're too stupid to know anything in the first place. Which is why they made C language. Oh, the depths of stupidity. So many layers. What do I know? I know a lot more than the guys that work on the assembly languages. They don't know shit. Because if they did know shit, the C language wouldn't be so terribly slow. And it is so slow. I would ask chatbot, but like, whatever, I'll get something done. C language is slow as fuck. Oh wait, I think I'm gonna make progress today. So I'll move my turtle, because I'm making progress. My slow turtle, because turtles are slow. Here we go. Yay. Maybe I can move twice today if I make more progress. Oh man, that's way too close. I'm gonna have to like move the turtle back a bit. I'm gonna have to turtle it. Or actually I could just move the goalpost. Oh, I hate everything. I'm getting there. What's the blue one? Alright, game assembler, get that done first. Oh, all this stuff is garbage. Man, I hate it. No pain, no gain. I'm gonna get through it, and then I will like be changing things. Oh, there will be so much change. Companies that were here today, they won't be here tomorrow. Assuming they can't compete, which is what I would assume, because they don't know what they're doing. Because if they did, things like the web browser, they'd be secure overnight. They'd be fast, they'd be efficient. That's not the real world though. In the real world, it's a competition. Alright, I gotta get something done. This video is gonna have like the lowest number of views. Alright, so like 16 registers, x86 64. So I need at least 4. I would like 4 registers seems to be like a good balance of like what you need to have to hold values for like whatever. So I use like A, B, C, D. I dropped the pen for this pen tablet. It's like freaking cracked. Oh, this is annoying. I need to turn up the freaking AC or down. Oh, it's so damn hot. Maybe CD then. Man, the opposite of green is pink. I was hoping it was a different color. Whatever. Alright, so 16 registers. 64-bit. So I'm going to be holding 32-bit values because I'll just keep it 32-bit. And then I will use these 4 registers to pass in the original parameters. And then all these I will use as like memory because it's 2026. The CPU is memory bound. The register is like abstracted away. behind the actual mechanics. It's absolute shit. So, register memory, same fucking thing, it doesn't fucking matter. It's more like easily addressable memory, because it's like in a thing called a register, even though it's not. So args, and then I think 4 will pass out the value 2. I think there's like 3 is like the test for the switch statements. I'll put that like at the first 8 bits. And then another switch. It doesn't need to be 8 bits, it's like 4 bits. Well, it's actually 3 bits. And then there's the switch cut where it like clips off part of the switch value. I'll just write it here. It should be packed with the other one. It's like 9 bits. So that goes in AX, I guess, and then BX and CX will be the position and length of the loop body. So 3 64-bit registers in, and then there'll be like 3 2-bit values, and then 3 out. And then I will use, while I'm planning, there should be enough space. Only registers for memory. Because this is for funsies. I gotta get something done though. Memory. So if I split each 64-bit register into 32-bit, there's 12 left. I get like 24 values. Twenty-four 32-bit values. So I will deal with like packing and shuffling these values after. So the fastest code is no code. And there's this magical thing called fall through. And Google does not know this because Google is not run by being technologically advanced. They're run by like stealing your porn search history and selling it to like Pornhub. So like alright, so like the Earth. Google collects your searches and then they're like, that's close enough. They're like, who's looking up big black cock? I mean BBC. They might be like, hey, we got a bunch of like people looking up BBC over here on the Earth. There's some people looking up BBC over here, and then this is also a high source of BBC lookups. And then they're like, all right, let's sell that to Pornhub. And then Pornhub's like, hey, thanks. Now we know where to send all our BBC videos. Thank you, Google. And Google's like, thanks for the money. And they're like, we're a big tech company. You guys are a bunch of fucking perverts. Fucking sickos. The guy that runs Google, what's his name? His wife left him. You know, whatever. Yeah, more jokes. Just business. Or actually progress. Oh, everything's boring. Alright, so like, since they're not programmers at Google, they're probably just, you know what, no more jokes. Fastest code is no code. So if I compute a value and I can fall through, like with the switch statement, then the code falls down. So I can jump into the code at some point and then fall down. And there's no instructions in between. I'd say jump here, jump there. It just runs the code. Chunk, 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 chunk. So this function computes where to jump down from within these two switch statements based on the pattern of the data. And then once it finishes these two jumps, it's the loop of what's aligned. And if nothing is aligned, then everything's handled here in two switch statements. But if there's leftovers that are aligned, that ends up in the loop. And yeah. So I'll convert this to assembly and then run it in assembly. And it should come out to the same value if it works, which it should work because it works in JavaScript. Oh, it's so fucking hot. I gotta like, oh my god. I gotta turn on a fan. Air conditioning is, whatever. It's not kicking in. So I'm gonna shut up and just start converting in and say whatever is going on in a second. I gotta like figure out the best way to refactor it without actually totally refactoring it. Try to keep it mostly the same, which is not gonna change that much because it's kind of like already set up, kind of how I need it. I need to find some music. Okay, so I called it Salt because it kind of looks like slut, except it's not. It's spelled different. I'm like, what the hell does that even mean? Oh, switch unrolled loop template. Man, that's hard to remember. Okay, so Salt. It's not slut. It's close though. I'm not gonna say your mom. Switch unrolled loop template. I'm gonna forget. I like these commercials on the radio. It's like loveyourmindtoday.org. If your mental health is bad, take a walk. Do this, do that. That's such an insult to people with actual mental health issues. That's so bullshit. Like it's that simple. So fucking stupid. The Mental Health Institute in the Ad Council, whatever the fuck that is. There's nothing more insulting than like government commercials saying like, hey, the government cares about your mental health. The government cares about trans rights. Yeah, the government doesn't fucking give a fuck. And then they make commercials and they fucking insult the public. Like, oh, it's just as simple as taking a walk. And then your mental health is healed. Oh, yeah, okay. What an insult to, like, all the people out there. So switch unrolled loop template. That's what sold means. And it also kind of looks like slut. But it's salt. Salty, bro. Broski. I hate when people say that. Fuck. So fucking annoying. Oh my god, it's so hot. The fucking weather. Oh my god. Switch unrolled. Loop template. Alright, I got a define card. So I have a macro to like push all registers to. Oh, I need some caffeine. Pepsi. Try to use only registers, not memory. Even though the registers are basically memory. Is funsies a word? I'll just assume that's, yeah. It's like this won't be optimal assembly. Except it will be assembly and it's gonna run. It'd probably run faster than Java shit. I mean JavaScript. I need caffeine, Pepsi, something. Gotta freaking turn up down the AC. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot. Is this running? So it should override the file. Yay. So I'll convert it to assembly and then run it, and then I'll print the 3 parameter output to like this file, whatever. It's space, not play music. If the keyboard has media keys on it, the spacebar should just work as a spacebar, and then play pause should play pause. Okay, so like these 3 arguments I'll pass out from the assembly program. This program's garbage. It's a garbage program. Through these registers, whatever. And then, if it's converted correctly, then it should be able to run JavaScript, and then it should like create the same outputs. It's really simple. But it's not that simple, because the web browser is not written in assembly. Because they don't know what they're doing. The JIT compiler people, they also don't know what they're doing. They're just like waiting for someone who knows what they're doing to like do it. Alright, I'm gonna get some freaking Pepsi, whatever. Oh, it's so fucking hot. For like Bubble to speak, Bubble has to like turn off the fan, and then Bubble has to like pause music. Otherwise, it's like really loud in Bubble's ear. Bubble can talk though, and Bubble's like too lazy to set up a webcam right now. You feel retarded? Why? If you feel retarded, it means you're not retarded. Because like retards don't know they're retarded. So like, if you can feel retarded, that's a good thing. I Whoever says retards don't know they're retarded, that makes no sense. It's like a retarded kind of funny. Oh, X. I don't know. Oh, it's taking forever. Oh my god. Oh, this X. I don't know. It's supposed to be like X, like marks the spot, but like I guess it's not that obvious. Does that make more sense? I don't know. Yes, exactly. If I put the word place there, then like it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I should probably like hand draw it and then like, yes, like that. No, that makes more sense. But now like it's not aligned. It's like going off the edge of the screen. Okay, no, thanks. Um, I should be retarded. I didn't think of that. Like life would be so much easier if I was retarded, or like if I was a woman. Because women, they got it easy. Just kidding. So like, I don't know why he's making a bubble. He has to be doing something. If it's like just staring directly into the camera, it's like Yeah, no, that's me. No, I guess I'm creepy, okay. I thought it was like a menacing kind of funny. I guess that's not funny. Well, like, it looks like I'm taking the bubble very seriously. I did have this sound with the bubble. I find like the most annoying shit funny. And like, I don't know, whatever. It's like I did have this sound for the bubble. And I was like, that's not funny, so I got rid of the sound. So it kind of makes more sense with the sound. That was NVIDIA. It was like, I don't know. I've been like trying different streaming software stuff. It's like normally I'm not that menacing. As I am when blowing a bubble. Tomorrow that are not setting up multiple microphones in the streaming software does not work. Every single microphone ends up out of sync. And this is with the top one at. So I like gave up on that. La, 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 la. This streaming software is so bad. So like, I was talking about Google and how they make their money. And then I like drew a mini Earth. And it's like Google makes their money like they collect your search history and then they sell your porn searches. And they're like, hey, Pornhub, these are the places that look up BBC. And then they sell that to Pornhub. And then Pornhub's like, hey, thanks, Google. Now we know where to like advertise our BBC content. And that's how like Google makes like 90% of their money. And they got sued for it. And then they like settled. So like I don't know, whatever. Yeah, you know, whatever. That's why Google's free. Like videos on YouTube, it's free to host video on YouTube. Do you know how much money it costs to keep those servers going? Fucking tons of money.
Google settles $5 billion privacy lawsuit over tracking people using www.npr.org. The 30th of December 2023, Google settles $5 billion privacy lawsuit. December 30th, 2023, Google has agreed to settle a $5 billion privacy lawsuit alleging that it spied on people who used the incognito mode in its Chrome browser.
They had like fucking like what is it? You have like a terabyte. Is it a petabyte or something? Whatever the petabyte. If it's a petabyte, oh, that'd be funny. Except they had like servers and servers of people's dirty search histories, and they sell that to like, and it's like normal stuff too, not just dirty. Except the things you collect in
Used the incognito mode in its Chrome browser.
Do you remember when the phones came out and there was like those calculator apps, and then people like look up dirty shit? That's like the same time incognito came out. Google's like, hey, there's money to be made in like hiding people's search history. Oh, we gotta make a browser extension. And then now people, they don't use calculator apps. They just use incognito. And Google makes a ton of money spying on both, except they got sued. I doubt they actually made a difference, or they're like gonna change it around. I don't know, whatever. You, what? How young? Phones aren't that old, are they? Like the iPhone 1. Are you like younger than iPhone 1? Oh no. I'm getting old.
The first iPhone was released in the United States on June 29, 2007.
Oh no, I don't want to click it. It's 19. No, you. Oh no. You don't remember that. You're like as old as iPhone 1. Yeah, you don't remember it then. So iPhone 1, it had these apps, whatever, where it looks like a calculator app. I think these apps still exist. I think I was in high school when the iPhone 1 came out, and there's this kid like named Sean in my class, and he was like, oh, he was into some stuff. He had like court dates and stuff all the time. I think he was held back for like 2 years in college. I mean, high school. He never got to, you know, whatever. I'm not in my 40s. 30. Wait, was that middle school? It might have been middle school. This kid though, he was old as hell. He was like held back like a couple years. And then he got the iPhone 1 and like no one else in class had iPhone 1. I'm not 39. Do you have advice on what? Huh. I don't think I'm old enough to give advice yet. My advice would be not to ask people for advice. So they used to have like a calculator app on the iPhone. And you click it. And you set it up where you like click certain buttons in like order, and then it pulls up a web browser. And this kid's like, "Hey, look!" He like pulls up the dirtiest sites. And I'm like, "Oh my god, the hell is wrong with you?" And then he'd sit in math class and he'd be looking at porn all day. And then he had to wear a suit like every other day because he's in court. And he's like, "I gotta look good because I got a court date today." He was definitely a high schooler. I think of that as like, okay, it was probably like middle school, like right before high school. Oh, I don't know what he did. I have an idea, but I don't, yeah. So like they held him back from graduating because he's like too old to go to like juvie, whatever. Not too old. You know what? That was a whole. I should not be talking about this. Except Google made incognito, and then all those apps kind of died because they're like, hey, we'll just like look up porn on incognito, and then nobody knew they were like being watched and shit. Do you program? I've like wasted time in assembly, C language, JavaScript. Yeah, programming is pointless. At least right now. You like write a program and it ends up in a file. And you put it like in the C compiler or like to the browser. And like everybody can like see your source code. And it's like encouraged to make sure the source code is visible. Yeah, programming is like terrible. I'm like writing an operating system, whatever. And then I'm getting there. I'll be able to like lock down the code so like you can sell stuff and then it's like a black box. Just like normal products. So if you write some stupid code, even if it's like a stupid code. So like Stack Overflow used to be a thing. I think they're bankrupt now. Except like you'd ask for advice on Stack Overflow. And it's like this big forum. Of like a bunch of questions. Yeah, I think they're dying. And then you post like, oh, here's how you do this, here's how you do that. Except it's all like free or whatever. It's like post code. Nobody can make money like that. So like if there was a Stack Overflow and then you can make code and sell it, and then you write some code and then it's like a little box, whatever, and then it does what you paid for, and then you can like return it if there's like a store. And if people can just like view the code and steal it, then this kind of website would survive. Because it's not like just like free code, it's like, and then people could post free code if they want, except there's no money in just free information. And I could do that for like music, art, video, just tons of shit. Things that are like normally like stolen won't be able to like be easily stolen, and then you could like actually sell something. And then on Stack Overflow or whatever, someone could ask a question, be like, I need this solved or whatever. And if it's like a really advanced question where it's like, well, I would answer this guy's question, tell him how to do it, except it's kind of like expertise and I don't want to post this publicly, but I want to give them a solution, I'll like make a black box, whatever. And then they could view it, they could use it, but they can't like see the source code. And then you could like say, here's a solution, and then be kind, and then they can't just like steal it. And then if they use it, they gotta use a box. And then the box will have like rules on it. So like, you could check if the box has like an expiration date, if it has a payment method, all this stuff, whatever. Not like just like it's locked code, or I don't know. And they could also make code that's like not locked. And like Sony, they've tried to do this stuff with like digital copyright stuff, and they just made like a rootkit, and like they did not solve any problems, and they never plan to. Big tech, the big industries, they make money off taking everything for free, like taking open source for free. And if all that gets locked down, and it's like locked, oh, so many big tech companies are going to be out of business. So many. And like when I say operating system, I don't mean like I'm gonna make an operating system. I mean like I'm actually making an operating system. I'm pretty far. I'm not gonna post videos right now. I'll just like release it when it's done. Testing, the audio died. think they have like monkeys at Google and Safari and Apple because the software is so bad. Testing. I think this is like 10 years ago. So like waste some money getting like all the classic computer parts. It's like a sound blaster sound card, got like video cards, and then 1 gig or 900 megahertz AMD K7. And then it took like a year to fucking collect all these parts. And then floppy. So like I wrote that in the hexadecimal editor. I will never do that again. Never again. So after that, I used an assembler. It's basically the same thing though, it's not pure numbers. Yeah, no, like recomputing the offset and all, like, man, that was fun. It's about the process. She asked like what advice would I give? Learn the process. Instead of don't take advice. Or actually don't take advice. As an opinion. So like 10 years ago too. I think like 3, 4, 5 months, whatever, I don't know. Eventually, after that, I got to like making boxes, making text. So like I'm not using DOS. It's all like in assembly. And I'm using like the video card VGA. The keyboard interrupts are extremely slow on the PS2 port. So I don't know, I can like make boxes and stuff. This is where I left off like 10 years ago. And then I made like a JavaScript engine. Except I made it 32-bit. Because I actually thought 64-bit would die. Because 64-bit is slower than 32-bit. And I was wrong. 64-bit is still a thing. So I gotta like rewrite my JavaScript engine to 64-bit. And that fucking sucks. So like my advice actually would be, don't ever be wrong. It'll save you a ton of time to never be wrong. It's tons of time. But you can only find out when you're wrong, or how wrong you are, via the process. So that's like a bunch of like different devices. What do I know? Except now I'm actually using the video card on Linux. So like the Vulkan API almost matches the driver. So I'll make like a thin wrapper that acts like the Vulkan API when I get back to operating system. Well, like I'm actually working on this too, kind of. So like, no, this operating system's gonna be fucking fire. It's gonna be fucking hot. Windows will be obsolete. It'd be like, what's Windows? Oh, that was like the iPhone 1. Or the floppy drive. I think in the past. So like anything I do in Linux with the Vulkan API, any of JavaScript engine, all of it is going directly into the operating system. Humble beginnings. I'm gonna fucking humble Google and Microsoft. They're gonna be humbled so hard. So anyways, I'm gonna like get back to assembly. Like power moves. I'm gonna like make a whole new playbook of like power moves. Fun stuff. Or not, maybe it's all a joke. If only it was. Only time will tell. Alright, so anyways. Oh, I want to get to operating system. I hate this. So I'm gonna freaking like monologue a teeny bit more. Alright, so like I'm making a JavaScript engine because JavaScript is like a core part of like all technology. And so is like Photoshop. And like InDesign or like, what's the other one? What is it? Like a Photoshop document viewer. I don't know, whatever. So like, I guess like game engines too. So like all these programs are like a core of like, I guess you'd call like modern software. So like without these things, what's the point of operating system? Exactly. So if I have a JavaScript engine, which I do, I gotta like finish converting it to 64-bit, wherever I left off. I don't know, there's a bunch of streams. Somewhere halfway through the current ones is where I left off. Then I switched to Linux, and then I got the video card stuff to deal with. Except everything I do on the current OS, I'm going to convert directly to run on my operating system. So any programs I make for the current OS will be on my operating system. So if I have support for all these things, they will all run on my operating system. So like these companies, they think it's funny. Adobe, Google, Microsoft, they think it's funny to like take open source code and then use it for free. So what I think is funny is if somebody just took the system from them, just like relieved them from the pressure of having to run a system in the first place, and then locked the whole thing down. To make it customer first, artist first, user first. And then I will have an operating system. I will literally support 100% all the current shit. And I'll have like a secure user first environment. And then the current system, I don't know, it can like get fucked or something. They could do whatever they do. They could like join OpenAI. So I don't know, what do I know? I'm just like streaming the process. It's all about the process. Because nothing's built in a day. It takes years and years and years. And then YouTube, since it's all free, they can host my video for free of the process. The streams and streams and streams. It's not about the views. It's really about the power move that's going to be coming. It's be one big power move. Alright, so I'm going to go back to making jokes and stuff. Alright, I gotta like set up this assembly. Because I'm just a joke. So the thread code where it makes the thread assembly and whatever. That's using these various to log out. So I'll use like 345 to log the results of this routine when I convert it. And then I'll be able to run JavaScript and then pass in parameters. Or run this, and they should make the same output if it's converted right. Which it should be. And like assembly language is supposed to be like a dead art or whatever, which is a real bummer for big tech. Real bummer. I mean, they might have to dig real deep to be able to like compete with some of the software that's gonna be coming out. Real deep. It's too bad they don't know assembly. Like if they're in C language, man, it's gonna be real difficult to compete with like software written for like bare metal. Real difficult. It's a good thing I'm not big tech. I think the whole thing's gonna get fucked basically. What do I know? Like, power to the user. For real, for real. We buy our shit, we own our shit. That's the whole point of buying it. Otherwise, you know, whatever. So it should log to the file. And then I have these 3 registers I'll put the output to. AX, BX, EX, whatever here. It's like 3 things log, so I'll see if it works. It should work. Oh, it took so much work to get this freaking stuff to run. Figure everything out, man. So I'm setting AX to like 1, 2, 3, and then BC to 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. It should log to the file. So delete the file. Just put something in here. So when I run it, it should delete this. So 3, 4, 5. And then it builds and check the file. 3, 4, 5 right here. And there we go. So now I just gotta like convert the routine. Oh, everything takes time. Like if there's anything that like you've been planning to do and you don't, there's no fucking excuse. Just fucking get it done. Oh my god, I got so much work to go. So, anyways. I need more water. I'll be right back. So like assembly language, it doesn't matter what CPU it is, just in general. Understanding assembly might be a good idea if a new operating system were to come out. It might be useful. But like, I don't know, what do I know? Except like, just like the concepts of assembly. Not like an assembly specific. Because assembly is like what the machine runs off. And a real operating system would leverage that for the hardware, which that's what the modern OS does not do at all, and it never will. The modern OS is gonna like die like the slop it is, and then I don't know, whatever. Just assembly in general, the concept, not like specifically one architecture or the other, except that'd be helpful too. So like assembly, people make it this like really complicated thing because they want to sound smart, but it's not really all that complicated. It's just machine code. Okay, that's a lie. It's kind of complicated. A bunch of people that program, they're not capable of programming assembly. Okay, anyways. But the people that are, there's a lot more people that could. Anybody that like can't program assembly is basically a vibe coder. Except there's languages on top of assembly that make it so you don't gotta look at it. So there's still like a place, whatever. So I don't know, whatever. Yeah, my operating system, it's not gonna be all assembly. Like these things, JonsScript, that's not assembly, that's high-level language. And then Photoshop, I don't mean assembly in the case of Photoshop, I mean like file format types. So like all the current modern shit will still be on my OS. Just I will have like a new, I guess like doorway. For like performance, whatever, that's not available on the current OS. Because the current OS is absolute slop. So I'll like support all this stuff, like high-level languages, in like modern format structures. But then I'll have a whole bunch of like actual performance and stuff available with like the operating system and security and all the good stuff. Like actually having rights as a user and buying what you pay for and owning what you buy. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not fair. Like, there would be a huge economic boom. Just way up. Tons of people would be making tons of money for the work they actually do. And tons of companies would be losing money for the work that they steal or get for free. I'd get the stuff done so that day happens. Because it's coming. Just like when you hear your mom. walking down the hallway. Boom, boom, boom. I'm so glad my mom's now fat. Be such a pain in old age with a big mom. Okay, anyways. Using these registers to pass in ABCD. So this is from the JavaScript. This is the object. And then this is where I'm making the function call. So pass in with our ABCD. So in the JavaScript, I just destroyed this file. I pass in the array length and the array var. And make an allocation here. So 8 times 10 is 80. And then I don't actually need to pass in any allocation right now. So AX I'll pass in the length, which is 80, in decimal. And then BX I'll pass in like null or something. Or just 0. I think I have it defined for null. Or I don't. Okay, I avoided null. So I'll define null and then I'll just use null here. Because I don't know if like the assembler already has something defined for null. I don't think it would. So JC null. Oh, I'll just define it here. Is it not gonna paste? Apparently not. It just lost the clipboard. It's 2026, and the operating system can't even manage the clipboard. Imagine that. Oh, you don't have to, because it is what it is. Oh, it's pathetic. Modern my asshole. I'm so tired of this trash. You want to make something and then sell it. not be tied to a corporation that just fucks you over and everyone over that's not tied to it. That literally should not be too much to ask for. But it is when there's so much corruption. I can't believe Bill Gates admitted having 2 affairs with 2 of like Epstein Russian hookers. And he says only 2. Okay. Guy's dirty as hell. So these are the values I was testing. Passing in position of 1 and then 0 for length. Passing like 8 times 1, 8, and then 24. So I'll pass an 8, 24 instead for the position and count. So the position within the null address is 8. And then the length is 24. In decimal. So 4 arguments in, I'm gonna make a macro, and then it's gonna have these values. Well, the macro doesn't really matter. It's just so it'll look the same as JavaScript. So I named it this. So I'll call it here as this. Maybe move all this stuff down. just, is that? I gotta carry this with it. So we can tell where the spaces start. So this is the JavaScript side, and then this is the assembly side. So loading arguments here, and then this macro will expect the arguments to be in these registers. And then it'll return to here, just log in. So I need to call to like save the registers somewhere, except I'm not going to bother with it right now because it's being zeroed out before and after right now. So they're all zero, the registers already, so there's no point in saving them currently. Because the stack or the segment or whatever, I think x86 64 is like 2 gigs limit for any of the combination segments. It's like below assigned 32-bit number or 64-bit or 32-bit. When I add more things to the stack in here, it spills and it doesn't build. I might be making a large allocation that uses the rest of the space. So I think I was testing how much space is there. Is it really 2 gigs or something? And then I think I offset and reserved a whole bunch of bytes. Except I don't remember where that is. So I'm not gonna bother right now. I think I might do that. Because when I use like 1 byte more of space, it like doesn't build. I have these macros to save what's on the registers to somewhere. I'll just call this and see what happens. This is a mess of a program. So I'll call this to like save all these somewhere in the memory. And call it after like restore it. Except I can't restore these four because I gotta return the value. Make a macro. Give the same name as a function. Takes 4 arguments, these 4. Or no, it doesn't. I'll just pass it in before and then call it. So I'm gonna rewrite this. So this is like 100% equivalent to JavaScript. But I'm rewriting it here. So this is gonna like just like inline the body of this macro. So set the 4 args just like JavaScript, the length of the source array, and then the address of it, and then the position to start at within the source array, and then the length of things within the source array that are going to be traversed over. So 80 length, it's a null, it doesn't really matter right now. And then 8 is where it's going to start at within the 80, and then it's going to do 24 of them from the 8 in this macro. So that's the macro name. And then where do I call this? Here's where I call it benchmark stuff. No, this is complicated. Time at start is where, yes, 0 all registers. I'm gonna assume that I can like save stuff to the stack here. Or just not the stack, just memory, whatever. I could like make another macro and say like push everything except AX, BX, CX, DX. Because those are passing it in and then they're passing it out. So this function, or macro, is the same thing as JavaScript. This is macro, and then this is not whatever, so this and this. I'll push or save arguments with whatever's in the registers. Other than ABC, I'll restore after. I think I set everything to 0. I think I saw that. Chatbot lied to me. It told me that the millisecond or the nanoseconds were in one register, and then the seconds were in another register. But it made it sound like nanoseconds and seconds were separated. And I thought, oh, that's so convenient. I'm not gonna have to like subtract away and find the difference between each time if like the nanoseconds are in one and then the actual seconds are in the other. And that was totally wrong. No, I gotta like subtract to find the difference of seconds and nanoseconds because it's the same number, just two parts. So this timer was completely fucked up. And I was like, something's wrong with this. Whatever, I'll just finish it and then fix it later. everything else works out. So this macro calls zero all registers. And does it zero all of them? Four, 8, 12, 16. Yes. All of them. Which means that if I call the routine here, these routines, I should be safe to just zero the registers or assume that nothing's saved. Because if it is saved, no, technically not really. I'm just whatever. I need to figure out where I'm calling that. But this is so nested. It's like macros inside. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. I'm gonna see if it runs and see what happens. So this macro, arguments are passed in down here on the stack, not the stack, the registers. And then it calls this macro. Takes 0 arguments. And then I'll put the routine here. And I'll just like override it for now with like different values after I test it first. So a macro is just textual replacement. And this assembler, NASM assembler, is so much better than C language because it does what you type in and nothing more, nothing less. Well, it's actually at the top of a search. Normally it's like you gotta like fucking like find it because it's like random stuff that's not it. But now it's like actually that's nice. So if like you're gonna do x86, 64, this assembler is the assembler, the only assembler. Unless like you write your own assembler. That's actually a lot of fun. Just kidding. No, it is fun. It's time consuming. So the macro inlines this code to push or save all the registers, and then the other macro inlines to restore them. So it just inlines whatever code is in the macro here. So I need to make another macro. I'll just do that right now. So it's setting these values, and then it's calling micro above, and then it's printing here. So it should just like return back 0x80 and then 8 and 24. Because it's saving and restoring it. So it should override the file. And then build it. So I got 50, that's 80 in hexadecimal. And I got null and then 8. Okay, I could just like print all the registers to here and see if there's 0. Let's do that, and then it doesn't, whatever. So I'll skip the first 4, and then I'll print all the registers except the first 4. Except here, what's happening here? Skip the last 4. Oh, this was for some other thing debugged. I don't know where it is. I'm not going to find it right now. So I'll print 8 at a time. Is this 8? Hopefully. 4. 4. Yes. So 4 to 11, I'll print the first 8 and then print the next 8. And hopefully they're all 0. And then it's safe to like just whatever. I'm not messing anything up then. So 4 to 11. It's the wrong thing. Oh wait, I actually need to print what's in memory, not the registers. Because the registers will be saved. So just load from these at a time. I want to make macro or whatever for like my language. We could like type like I. Oh, and then P maybe. Or B. Just like, or BN then BM for like block never mind or something. And then just like, this block would be like if 0. Because it takes too much work to type if 0 and then end if. And if I do like B, N and M, N and M are next to it on the keyboard. So you can like just like fucking like the Apple keyboard that has like the USB on the side is like the best keyboard ever. This keyboard is awesome. I've had it for a couple months now. And like the keys, they don't rub off. Like it still has the letters. I got the new like Bluetooth keyboard from Apple, and like all the fucking letters rubbed off after like a week or two. Like the Z and then the arrow keys, they were like freaking gone. Why are these so low res? It's like on the keyboard. B and K and M, whatever. If you do like BKM for like a block, they're like right next to the same other letters. So if you have a block where you want if 0 to like just ignore it, because it takes too much work to go like this for a fucking comment. And then if it contains a comment inside of it, then it's like you can't just do that. So like, if you go like B, VN, and then BM or something, because they're like right next to each other on the keyboard, then it ignores this block. That'd be cool. I don't think in macros you can have like a macro that starts and ends, you know, whatever. I want to make a language, I want to get operating system done. And make programming easier, not fucking developer hell. And then have like actual flexibility, like add whatever to like anything. So turn off this to not 0, or it doesn't matter if they're zeroed. Printing the memory. So it'll load registers from memory and then output them to the file. And I'll see if they're 0 or not. They are not 0. Oh, they are. Because I ended up overriding it in the macro. Okay, so yeah, man. Freaking comment this out. Oh my god, is it gonna ask every single time? Oh, I guess it will. You can always ignore, but not always accept. So 4 to 11. 0. So these in memory are 0. Alright, now these. Are these 0? Hopefully. Oh, it takes so much work to explain something as you do it. Holy fuck. Oh my god, it's gonna do this every single time now? Okay, it's 0. So I can safely make a macro and then assume away. Why is this not grayed out? It should be gray. That's annoying. I can't tell the difference from the comments and the code that's like actually compiled based on the syntax coloring. So it like almost works. Is that what's happening? If I get rid of the block inside of it, yeah, it almost works. Because whoever made it, they don't know what a parser is. So it doesn't quite work. But it almost works, you know, it's good enough. Oh, everything is fucking slop. This is less readable. It's 2026. It's not 1950s. No. We are way past 1950s. And in 2026, a majority of programmers that are writing parsers, they don't know how to fucking parse. They're like actually illiterate from being able to write a functioning program. Yet they're the ones writing programs. And then it's all free. Man, what a win. I mean, everything is shit, and then it's free on top of it. Yay! It's 2026. And everybody's as smart as they were back in 1950. Which isn't actually not that smart, because that's when it all started. Like, for a personal project, it is whatever. It's like, you do what you do, you need what you need. But for like a public release, for like commercial use, that's not acceptable. At all. I'm literally only talking about like commercial release, whatever. Not like whatever. If it's your own code, it's your own code. Clearly, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But if it's like released publicly, commercially, it should fucking work. Did I uncomment that? Oh, it doesn't matter if there's 0. Alright, whatever. Oh man, I was calling this macro. Oh, I gotta test it again. It's 0. Oh my god, there's so many layers. And things to keep track of. It's so much fun. Where is the mouse? Where is the mouse? It's hovering, but there's no mouse. Writing an operating system must be very, very complicated. Like, I'm hovering and there's no mouse. Let me just like fix it by doing something, clicking something. No, it didn't work yet. Oh, there's the mouse. Yeah, it's 2026, man. It's almost unbelievable. It's like shitty expectations have like always been around. Where it's like you can't expect shit. Nope. Alright, these look like 0. So I can just... Man, I set it to 0. Why did I do that? Oh my god. Yeah, no talking. I can't talk and do something at the same time. I need to shut up. I can't keep track of stuff as I talk. Okay, now I check both halves. This was 0. To check the second half, and then I set it to 1, but then I set this to 0 because I'm like, oh, I'm done. And then it didn't print because this was off. So now I set this back on, and then I ran it. And now it did print this, so this is good. So I'll set this to 0. This whole thing will be skipped. Set this to on. It'll log the result. I'll turn this on to pass arguments into the macro. Or uncomment, whatever. Call here, macro here, whatever. So 80 length, null address, selecting 8 position within it, the 80, and then 24 count. And then this is the name of the macro, whatever. And this macro is going to call this macro to save before. Except it's going to skip ABCD. Registers. I should call it without. There's this macro. It's gonna call, or do this, and then call epilogue and prologue for the rest of them. And then I'll skip these four. Or omit is a better word. So these are the base macros called the rest. And then these macros will skip ABCD. And these macros will do ABCD and then call the rest macros to do the rest. Oh, this is so much better than JavaScript and C language. So it calls prologue. I'll save everything except ABCD. So if I run it, unless I fuck something up typing it in. Looks like it still works. So now it's outputting what's in ABCD right now. Like 50, which is 80 in next S. And then 0 for null. And then 8 for length. It's actually 80. And then this is ignored. I have a feeling I'm gonna need this later, so I don't want to delete it. I'll just throw it into this file with all this other stuff. Or I know I'm gonna have to use it later, but whatever. Call the macro here. Do the routine. Return out here. It's gonna go to the file. I'm pushing the registers, even though there's 0, it doesn't matter. But like examples, sake, whatever. Log them to this file. Right now it's setting these, calling it. Doesn't do anything other than save and then restore. So I'll like override here to like different values. I'll like set 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 79, and then ABCD. Or ABC. And then see if it logs. And then that's all the setup. And then I can just like focus on the actual routine now. I'll put this in a block because you can never have too many blocks. Man, I'm missing all the keys. I feel like I forgot something. Man. Alright, whatever. So I'm gonna call this everything set up. So it should print this to the file from the macro. Oh wait, I fucked it up. It's the same register. Man, I do that all the fucking time. That causes so many bugs. And then I still copy paste because I'm lazy. Oh, the cost of being lazy is a very high cost. The fuck? Oh, I'm not even printing it. I need to like keep track of what I'm doing. I can't do that when I'm talking. Nope. Words come out of my mouth, and whatever's in my head is gone. There. So it works. Returns value. On Windows, I could like save all the fucking registers. They changed the call rules in assembly, and I don't care. You know what? Whatever. Standards are bullshit. Nobody meets them. Everything is so dumb. It's like it has to be standardized from the bottom level and then all the way up. Otherwise, you can't put standards on shit. Like literally. It's shit. You can't standardize something if like the bottom layer is not even standardized. Which it isn't with Linux or Windows. Like even the mouse like disappears and loses focus on like the simplest shit from the bottom up. Whole thing needs to be gutted, restarted. Oh, I'm in the process. Calls macro, passes these in, so now I can get these in the macro. Because they're in the registers. I hope the stream's not like over 3 hours at least. Oh, it's 3 hours and 44 minutes. I need to focus and get done. So this JavaScript routine here, oh, this is so unreadable. No, here. Wow, it works. So there's like literal defines up here. I'll get those in a minute. I got the control flow, or whatever, not whatever. If 0, and this is like awesome. Whenever I type in assembly, well, not actually totally. I still gotta like, oh, whatever. Right to the operating system. So I gotta convert this whole thing from JavaScript, and then yeah, then I'll get back to JavaScript. I'm gonna finish up the lexical parser. Save it back up. Oh, where's the, here's the assembly. So I'm gonna like get some caffeine, Pepsi, whatever, and then just go through this top to bottom as fast as possible. And then get back to JavaScript, the stupid parser. I gotta like, I think it's done. I think I gotta like run a couple loops, make sure it works 100%, and then I can use it to like set the bits to the byte array. Because it's looping a file and it's finding keywords like elif, if, whatever. So it sets a bit to the byte for each of the things on the list based on its position list to indicate has it been found or not been found. And it's all unrolled. Just fucking paste, loop construct, whatever. And then paste it when it's done, lexical parser to the video description. And if anybody needs a parser that does like block scope lexical parsing, it's like super generic, meaning like you can like paste the grammar in to the object, and then it'll support anything as long as it fits the grammar table. As long as it's like a normal, sane language, whatever. So like there's like the state, and then the binding, and then the rules, and then whatever for the scope kind it is. So like for like string scope, whatever, if it hits like an escape character, string character, it needs like undo whatever's in the buffer for the commands to like parse whatever. Because if it's in a string and it's an escape string, you skip it because it's not the closing string. So like whatever syntax it is generic in any way. If it can fit in this table, then it'll parse. So it'll work for C, JavaScript, assembly, if it's like if blocks, or preprocessed blocks, whatever, or like Python, whatever. It's not like those other parsers where it's like, oh, it works only for one language, and then they don't even work very good. So a string in a file. The codes go the same way on the keyboard. I don't know, whatever. So like foobar, if this is like an escape character foobar, or escape character symbol. The parser or whatever, it'll skip over that and then continue parsing till it finds the actual end one. And then this scope, or string scope, whatever, gets pushed to a stack. Because that's what stacks are meant for. For data, not the code. So then in the end it's like an array or like linked list. And you can like loop through it, and then it'll be like whatever's before it. And then this node in the list will hold this. And then this node is going to hold the string. And then whatever's after it. Is whatever's after it. It's like the colon or something will go here. And then that makes parsing a billion times easier. The most complicated part is handled in the very first stage of parsing. Nobody does this. They make it like overly complicated with like 30 extra steps. So like doing this means like if you want to parse something and you want to just get the fucking scope, you don't want to like deal with strings, then the strings are already dealt with. Then all you have to do is like parse this text. And it's way easier to be like, oh, this is X, and then this is assignment. Instead of like, and then it's like, oh, this is the value, this whole thing. Okay, what kind is that whole thing? Oh, well, it's whatever you define it to be in the generic language table. So I guess I could put like a name. Well, it does have a name. This is like an enum though. So like, I guess you'd have to make a name to match the enum or whatever. So I don't know, whatever. This is like the one thing I've always wanted that I never spent the time to make because it's really complicated. Except now, I'm gonna have it. Because I need this for the JavaScript engine and for the game engine and for other stuff, whatever. I've made like little parsers for like different languages, but it's only for that language, and none of them are compatible. So now I can like make everything use the same common stuff. Like, I don't know, like a standard library for my own shit. I'll post it, whatever, in the description. I need more caffeine. Something like caffeinate Pepsi is so much better than Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is disgusting. Get some caffeine. Chug through this. Get done. Run it. And then, I don't know. I can get back to this. Get this running. That's the plan. Nothing goes to plan. That's the plan now. I need some more caffeine. x86 has bit test macros. Or instructions. Like bit test set, bit test, and then bit reset, and then bit set. I don't know, I gotta find them. I never used them in 32-bit because they're slow. Or slower than, like... It's normally faster like bit mask and I don't know, whatever. I think they're supported in x86 64. So I'm trying to use them. That's gonna slow me down. So I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna have to like test it to make sure they do what, whatever. I'm like, shut up and get something done. I forgot Pepsi. Damn it.
selects the bit in a bit string, specified with the first operand, called the bit base, at the bit position designated by the bit offset operand. Second operand stores the value of the bit in the CF flag, and sets the selected bit in the bit string to 1. The bit base operand can be a register or a memory location. The bit offset operand can be a register or an immediate value. If the bit base operand specifies a register, the instruction takes the modulo 16, 32, or 64 of the bit offset operand. Modulo size depends on the mode and register size. 64-bit operands are available only in 64-bit mode. This allows any bit position to be selected. If the bit base operand specifies a memory location, the operand represents the address of the byte in memory that contains the bit base, bit 0 of the specified byte, of the bit string. The range of the bit position that can be referenced by the offset operand depends on the operand size. Bit test and said, BTS, WL, EMATE, RM, 1632, BTS, WL, Reg, 1632, RM, 1632. The value of the first operand, base, and the second operand, bit offset, are saved by BTS into the carry flag, and then it stores 1 in the bit. Is BTS cell needed when it's a known 8-byte register? In 64-bit mode, the instruction's default operation size is 32 bits. Using a rex prefix in the form of rex R permits access to additional registers, R8, R15. Using a rex prefix in the form of rex W promotes operation to 64 bits. See the summary chart at the beginning of this section for encoding data and limits. Selects the bit in a bit string, specified with the first operand, called the bit base, at the bit position designated by the bit offset, specified by the second operand, and stores the value of the bit in the CF flag. The bit base operand can be a register or a memory location. The bit offset operand can be a register or an immediate value.
I gotta restart the computer. So like, the computer did this before. Click in a folder, whatever. I gotta make a new folder. And then I hit folder, and it got stuck. And then like, it grabbed everything in this folder, and the mouse was stuck as like clicked down. So like, maybe last month or something, I ignored it. And I ended up like fucking up a bunch of folders, and it dragged and dropped. I'm like, oh damn it. So I'm gonna restart and hope it fixes whatever it's doing. Because I ignored it last time, I'm like, oh, it's just the mouse got stuck. And then like I ended up like dragging and pasting something where I didn't even mean to. And it like fucking, oh, that was a lot of fun. So I'm gonna like restart the computer. Making an operating system is very complicated. It's pathetic that the people making operating systems, like the mainstream release, not like people doing it as a hobby. I mean like Arch Linux big releases at the kernel level. Oh, you guys don't know what you're doing. Anyways, I'm gonna fucking restart. What do I know? I still gotta finish an operating system. So what do I know? When I do, it's gonna be a lot better than this. Guarantee that. So it looks like both JavaScript and assembly run still. I gotta clean up the codes and the crap from the JavaScript. Because there's weight if I gotta like gut the file, only keep the code that runs. If I like start removing stuff, I'm gonna accidentally remove something that I need. It's like all the freaking extra nodes and stuff. Just delete them. And then whatever. I gotta restart. It's gonna fuck up again. Input handling should be one of the things. Even like the mouse. The mouse shouldn't disappear. It's ridiculous. From the bottom up, the whole thing's fucked. Everything is so annoying. I don't want to risk restart. Sometimes it doesn't restart. I need to make like a backup of everything too. I should do that now. You know what, I'll just risk it. This hard drive, I don't trust it. A couple days ago it didn't boot. I plugged it into other computers and it said drive unrecognizable. Oh my god, I hate everything. I'll save it back up later. It's gonna take like 5 minutes to copy everything. Everything's stupid. Oh, good. I thought it wasn't gonna boot. Man. So I'm like 33, whatever. First iPhone was a while ago. Someone asked how old you are. I'm not. I don't look 50. There's no way I look 50. I was just born yesterday. So like, I think like average lifespan's like what, 70? I got like Gilbert syndrome. I'm probably gonna live to like 90. Like my great grandma. Bro, whatever. Oh, I'm gonna be here for a while. So like, what is it, Brahms Lullaby? I don't think anybody gets the rights to this. I don't know, it's higher up in the family chain, whatever. It's like not like direct, it's like, I think his brother, whatever. '79. Okay, whatever. It's like 33. Maybe like there-ish. It's like 10 years before this. So like, me and the audio died, great. So like, operating system, whatever, 10 years ago. Or like when I posted this, whatever. when I get the operating system done, it's going to be much better than this Mac. Like, I'm not going to invest that much time to make something subpar. It's a lot of time to invest. And then I'm most likely going to end up living for a while. So like dedicating like 10 years, getting everything set up. I'm at the final stretch. Gotta get a little bit further. It's a long time to put everything on hold. And then, if I live to 90, oh my god. Oh, that's be horrible. So like people with like Gilbert syndrome. Oh, of course the sound's broken again. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely pathetic. Apple, how can you make such a shitty sound? Testing. So text-to-speech isn't gonna work until I restart the computer. So I'll just read it. Because that's what you do when things don't work. You go, you know what, this is bullshit. I'm gonna invest 10 years of my life. And I'm gonna make a change. And oh, it's gonna be a big change. It's like more than reinventing the wheel. So much more. It's not even a wheel, it's a fucking hovercraft. A fucking wheel is more advanced than the modern operating system.
Yes, people with Gilberts are biologically younger than their chronological age because they have longer telomeres on their DNA.
It's like my great grandma Bram. How do you spell it? Like 90. And I thought, you know what? I have this weird feeling that like I'm probably gonna live really fucking long. Like my great, if she's still alive, and then like I got like blood work done for like a checkup last time I think it was, and like, oh, you got Gilbert syndrome. And then like I think last week I was googling stuff and I was like, wait, what's this? I'm like, oh fuck.
Yes, people with Gilberts are biologically younger than their chronological age because they have longer telomeres on their DNA.
So if I'm gonna live to 90, I've already spent 10 years working operating system stuff and stuff. It's a long time to live. At least it's only like a short part of my life. And then maybe I'll make something more famous than like this lullaby. Because like a lullaby is a lullaby. Except like an operating system. That's a big thing. And then I'm like not direct. I'm like to the family line, whatever. Like clearly my last name's not the same. Like great grandma, whatever. Oh wait, not great, I mean just great. Alright, whatever. Oh, freaking I'm gonna live forever. This would be so terrible. God damn. Oh, I'm so tired of putting things on pause. So it's gonna be fun to do business with Google. Because if they wanna fuck with me, I'm not having it. Nope. None. Zero fucks. I'm gonna be here for a while. And I am going to be making changes. Because Google, they don't know what they're doing. So I'll like show them how it's done. And then Microsoft, I'm just gonna put them out of business. No, Microsoft's fucked. They're terrible. Even from the start. Microsoft's gonna go tits up. I fucking guarantee it. I guarantee it. As much as I guarantee that I'm gonna finish on my operating system. That's a fucking... It's gonna happen, guarantee. I'm not gonna spend 10 years if I'm not gonna pull this shit off. If I look up the word wallet in Gary Cadall's memoir, because he's dead, it shows up once. So like Gary Cadall, he made CPM, whatever operating system. And then Bill Gates and IBM, they like fucked him over. And this is what he says about Bill Gates in his memoir. Because he had like a odd death or something.
We talked of merging our companies in the Pacific Grove area and we both took that into consideration. Our conversations were friendly, but for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
So around Bill Gates, he always kept one hand on his wallet in his program listings, and then he says it was no different that day. Meaning from day to day that he meets with Bill Gates, he's like, this guy is shady as fuck. I do not trust him with my money. So Microsoft, you guys are doomed. You guys were broken and corrupt from the start, and you're gonna go down broken and corrupt. I'm gonna put you out of business with a better software. I swear to God. Oh, 10 years is so long, but not really if I live to 90. No, this would be terrible. Alright, assembly. Oh, I gotta like finish converting JavaScript or like gutting the comments. Oh, plenty of time. Not really, I gotta get this done. Man, the audio. Fucking fuck. The modern operating system is done for. I've had it. This is shit. Absolute fucking. I just want to do the simplest shit. And it just can't even fucking run. Oh, this shit's a fucking shithole. So anyways, I will be getting a return on all the time I invested, and some big tech companies are gonna end up in the dust. And it's what it's gonna be. And then YouTube gets to host the whole thing for free. And then I might put them out of business if they don't play fair. That's called art. Art. Free video hosting the whole process that may potentially put them out of business. Art. I need to find a really heavy music. Focus and get this done. If you don't like the music, I don't care. Like, suck a dick or something. Or just like watch YouTube. YouTube's hosting it for free. LOL. I like how things are free. Yeah, I know everything comes at a cost. It's just a matter of time until someone's like, you know what? It's time to pay up. Google. I'm gonna be that guy. Yeah. Oh, I'm so funny. I am so funny. LOL. So like assembly language is basically the same exact thing as C, except the number of people that know assembly and are really good, like artistically good, like art, because assembly's an art, programming's an art. It's not a lost art, it's an art that's been dead, that's gonna be revived. So like, programming's an art, assembly's an art. It's basically the same thing as C. Cause like, same thing, whatever. I just like took this stuff, except instead now it's like a var, it's a location, it's a label, assignment, and then there's this fucking colon. Well, actually in JavaScript you don't need it in some cases, but that's just because JavaScript is garbage. And I'm pretty sure behind the scenes, when JavaScript parses, they like just like take the file and they go like this to every new line. I think they just throw in a semicolon. And then things that don't happen to have a semicolon, they end up with a semicolon. Because they just throw it in on every single line. Or whatever. I think they do that also, or I would assume. Because the language is garbage, the parser is terrible, it's really slow. I think they do that as a way to like catch or prevent weird bugs by just throwing in a semicolon and say, hey, this is the end of this, at every line where it's not there explicitly. I think it's like a parsing thing, I don't know. I gotta like figure that out. Or they just like actually like decide, hey, we're gonna put a semicolon right here for you. If that's a feature, well, it's not very good of a feature. Because it doesn't work half the time. Or like as you would expect. Like in JavaScript, if I have a function, foobots. If I go like this and go return, and like return 67 or something. If I do this, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be on the next line. Oh, that's a mistake. The real mistake is to do something like get something from database, or main object, I don't know. And then you pass in arguments and you want to get something. And if like undefined is what you expect when trying to get something that's not there, well, if you do this, you're gonna get undefined. Totally, like you wouldn't expect that. Because you'd think, oh, auto semicolon insertion, it's gonna be here. Oh, I left a semicolon. Well, actually, I think it'll still do it. But if you think there's gonna automatically be a semicolon, that's like, it's not gonna do what you think. So I run this, I'd like panic whatever, then print the message. Using panic as like, it's so funny. So I call this in here. And then it's going to return a value, and it's going to print it. So you'd think it's going to return 67, because the auto semicolon insert is going to put it here, of course. Because it's not error, it builds. It automatically puts the semicolon. Because it's 2026. Well, actually, JavaScript was back in 1994, I think. Oh, JavaScript is old. Oh, look at that. That's not 67. That's undefined. Huh. Well, maybe I need the semicolon. Alright, I'll put a semicolon. JavaScript was shit ever since it was like developed back in 1994. I already said I'm 33. I'm like as old as JavaScript. Oh, it's still undefined. Do you know how stupid this shit is? What if I do this? I think this will fix it. Oh, 67. Now it's working. So behind the scenes, I think there's something going on where they like take the whole file in every new line. They just like slap on a semicolon during the parsing phase, and then they loop through and they're like, okay, this doesn't need a semicolon. This one does because it's a return statement. There has to be, you can't not have one. You've got 60, alright, that's good, there's a semicolon. Oh, this doesn't need one. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. Alright, this, no semicolon. Well, it doesn't matter in this case. And then here, alright, there I have a semicolon. So I guess like, that's not needed there, and then it doesn't matter if it's there. And then I think they might use the semicolon to like indicate each new line or something, or each new section. I don't know. There's something fishy with the semicolons. I think it's like some weird artifact from what's happening at a later stage. But it's not a feature. It's really annoying and it's stupid as hell. Oh, everything's so annoying. I'm gonna like shut up and get this done. I don't want to type that up again. I'll make a copy of it. So next time I complain about it, I'll have a copy. And then I won't be able to find it because it's going to be pasted with all this other shit. I'll be like, hey, I made a copy but I can't find it. Totally worth it. And complaining is pointless if you're not going to make a difference. So like, I'm complaining, but I also made a JavaScript engine. I gotta finish making it 64-bit, and then I'll release it. And then that's a difference made. So it's not just complaining, it's like critiquing. And some people, they cry when you critique. They can't take it. Or maybe like, I don't know, I guess there's art to being nice when you critique. But there's also just being like blunt and like saying it how it is. So I don't know, whatever. Man, I made a girl cry in college. They're like, what's wrong with you? And the teacher's like, that was awesome. Oh man, I don't know what. Do I like... Man, life is so confusing. Teacher says, that was awesome. Everybody's like, dude, what's wrong with you? And teacher says, like, you haven't been critiquing as harshly. I kind of expect, and then she like graded me down. Like knocked down my grade. For like critiquing. I'm like, well, I guess people are going to cry. They'll get over it eventually. Oh, everything's stupid. I'm gonna shut up and get something done. Arguments in. I gotta like. I reran it. It clearly runs still. Like during like lunch break during class, someone's like, dude, so and so's like crying in the hallway. You made him cry over critiques. And that's like a girl, I'm like, oh man. And then after class, after, teacher's like, I want to talk to you. And she's like, that was awesome. I want you to critique like that every time. Oh, life's rough. People need to fucking get some thicker skin. Oh, I gotta shut up and get this done. I gotta like remove all the fucking comments. And make a copy of this. Here we go. So like earlier, someone's like, I don't know, like, oh, you're 50. So like, I don't know. I guess you're like a secret hater, or whatever you call it. Like hate watching. I do not look 50. Like literally.
Yes, people with Gilberts are biologically younger than their chronological age because they have longer telomeres on their DNA. This is.
And like, out of my brothers and my sister, people always think I'm the youngest. And like, what? You're the oldest? My other brother, I think he cut his hair to look younger. Because I think he got tired of like people thinking he's the oldest. I do not look 50. That's funny. Oh, AI, of course, you can say, oh no, that's not true.
There is no conclusive scientific evidence that people with Gilbert syndrome look physically younger, but some health advantages associated with the condition may contribute to better long-term cellular health.
Hopefully I get cancer. That'd be great. Nah, just kidding. Oh, if I live to 90, I'm gonna make it worth it. So this runs still, JavaScript. I'm like, I'm clean up a couple more comments. And then put this in x86 assembly. And then if I change all these to move operations, if I can, maybe not, except I just compute the difference with the instruction length of the instructions in each block. And I can like just jump over. But really, there's gonna be a ton of overlap. I could probably like compress all these to like a simple operation with like a couple like branches. Choice decisions, whatever you want to call it. Like this whole thing could be like broken down to like fucking like super tiny. It's too bad Google, being a big tech company, that they don't know how software works or hardware or the art of programming. And it's too bad that Anthropic, OpenAI, they want to like shit on programmers. That's just too bad. Really sad. I would hate to see them go out of business. Because if you want to paint a target on yourself and be like, hey, we discourage programming, people knowing things. It's not art, it's replaceable. No, no, no. You guys are gonna be replaced. Then again, what do I know? I'm just a humble, everyday programmer. I'm kidding. You guys are so fucked. OpenAI, Google, Microsoft. Oh, that's be awesome. This turtle needs to get moving. And when Google, if they go out of business, they won't promote my YouTube. I even pay like $10 a month for like no ads. So I don't think they're gonna play fair. So like, if they do play fair, I guess they might stay in business. But like Microsoft's gotta go. Except if Google does go to business, depending on if they want to play fair, they can make this their page. They go like tits up. Be like, hey, we're Google. We're going out of business. Tits up. And they could like sell everybody's like porn searches at like a low price. They'd be like, hey, going out of business, selling data. That'd be awesome. Okay, so this turtle has to get moving. The blue's what? Game assembler. Oh, I get this stuff done. I have so many things already done. I just gotta like integrate to the current system. Then release my system. Rome wasn't built in a day. Tons of days. Days on days on days on days. So there's literally no excuse for anyone not to do what they want to do. No excuse. Oh, here we go. This is for the process. All about the process. Like going through the process of like converting this to assembly. And then picking up things, making new connections on the way. I don't know, whatever. Process. Process is everything. Well, the result in the end product is the main thing, except the process, whatever. I need to focus. It's so fucking hot. I can't wait for winter. That'll be great. So I gotta inline these. And then cut, paste. I need to not optimize at all. I'm just gonna like convert it. I'm already gonna like not use a stack on purpose, so because optimizing is fun. Alright, I gotta get the JavaScript done. I don't want to be doing anything other than JavaScript. Fucking fuck. So these, and then this is really boring now. Let me get this done. Oh, this is so fucking boring. So I got rid of the functions. They're inlined. Here, whatever. Oh, I can't take this. I'm so tired of converting stuff. It's always converting stuff. I think it works. It could totally be fucked up, and I'm gonna assume it's okay. Because it builds, so it's probably fine. And then I don't need any of this in assembly. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Oh, fucking I hate. And then TypeScript is just as bad as JavaScript. TypeScript is like JavaScript, but even worse. Like you get types, and then it's like why am I using TypeScript? This is terrible. It's pointless. And then there's like a whole new group like issues you gotta deal with on top. You know, whatever. This computer is so laggy. The heck? God damn. It's Linux, it's not even a computer. For a 16-year-old computer. To still be able to run and then not have 100% performance use is ridiculous. For like 16 years, computers have been out and they've barely scratched the surface with every fucking thing until I get my operating system out. And then it's gonna be like, fucking, this is a computer, this is what it does. Vroom. And then you get what you pay for. And when you run a program, I would assume people will like write multi-core programs. That'll make it easier to work with, or come up with ways to make it whatever. Except the CPU usage won't be like 25%. So I gotta run Node.js here. It's like building, it's done, it's real quick, whatever. Except threads, only one. Because Node.js it's designed by retards. They're not even retarded. They're like criminally stupid. The web's a joke. It fucks the customer. And then it wastes developer time. So if I run this assembly language program, it's going to use 2 cores. Because in the assembly language program, I have it test stuff, whatever. Assembly is going to be so much fun with cores. It is going to be. I cannot wait. I just want to be done. Oh, this is to open. And that program is opening. And guess what? It's probably running on 1 core. So if it used all the cores, whoa, it'd be like in every single thing. Except it's not just gonna magically be faster magically with 4 cores. You're gonna like write it a different way, whatever. I'll check the chat eventually. I'm trying to like focus. I don't know, whatever. Oh, this tablet is trash. This thing's a piece of garbage. So are the Wacom ones. Like, I've never used a good pen tablet. It's literally not worth the money. They're all cheap garbage. And they put the nibs in there. It comes with nibs. That's like it seems like a joke, like a F you. You think you're actually gonna need these? No, the thing's gonna stop working before you need any of these. Comes with like little nibs or whatever. Not these, it's like, not the whole nib, it's like a little piece at the end. That thing. You think, oh, that's cool. It has replacement pieces. Yeah, the thing's gonna break in several other places. They should send a whole other device along with the nibs. Just double it up. And then like when the screen starts not working, when it doesn't like save things on reset, because it has like settings, you can change them. When that stops, then you can like pull out the secondary tablet that it came with. And it's like, oh, it's a good thing I had a freaking secondary. Those nibs are fucking pointless. This tablet is crap. So like this CPU, my operating system, it's gonna run on like, you know what, whatever. Not just 64-bit. Except for this stuff, it's 64-bit. Because it gotta run on the current system. Except my operating system is support 32-bit too. But for this stuff, just 64. I'm not like, the system is what it is, so I'm gonna just confine to it, or whatever the word is. So like 860, 2.88. Was it released 2009? Yes. Right now it's 2026. Obviously. So like, oh, 17 years old? Alright, so this is a 17-year-old PC. 64-bit. Man, 64-bit has been out for a while. And still, software is absolute shit. So it's like, what? There's no way. Alright, so here is the CPU. Alright, so this CPU has, it's called i7, but it's really 4 cores. And I think the i7 is from the Xeon. I have a couple of those. But like, Intel took the Xeon and made it consumer grade. So threads were originally for servers apparently. And servers have to run a whole bunch of shit. So they make a new thread or whatever. And they're like, alright, we gotta like release a new product. We'll just like make the server grade available to user. So that's, I don't know, I thought threads was designed like for the CPU. For like multimedia and all that stuff. For like different like time schedule tasks. But it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with like responsiveness. It was literally threads were made for servers to run on Xeon CPUs. Those things are so expensive. And fucking like server rack is like souped up with like all these like proprietary parts. It takes so much work to just make a server. And then if you run a game on a server, the freaking performance is worse. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, so anyways, this is this CPU. It's like 17 years old. And this is the current CPU. How many cores does the new CPU have? Or the newer one of Intel? This is 9. Is that a joke? It only has 2 more cores? 17 years and they had 2 cores? Really? That's the best they can do? I think technically they say it's 12, but it's probably really only 10. I mean 6. That actually makes sense. They'd make the chip by a multiple of 2, but probably make it like for 12. I mean, yeah, 12, you know what, whatever. There's probably a bunch of dead cores on the die, but there's no way it's like half the die that's dead, so that's probably not it. Oh yes, of course, 24. It has 1 CPU. Oh, it has 1 simultaneous multiprocessor in one. It doesn't have like like 1232 as one. It has one simultaneously multi-processor. Does not have 16 cores. Advertising is a joke. It's not even funny. It's like AI. It's actual artificial intelligence. We have 16 cores in an i9. They would call it an i17. It's not called i17, it's called i9. Oh. What number is this? Hybrid cores. P cores 8, E cores 16. Oh, here. It is. So it's 8 physical cores. So i9 has... Oh no, that's double. Alright, I said 6 earlier. I need to focus and get something done. I like how it's E core. It's like in efficiency mode, there's double because they both run at half the speed. Well, how the fuck is there 32? Is that like quad efficiency mode? That's even slower. Okay, anyways. Here's like the speed. This CPU, 17-year-old CPU, is very slow. Look at this difference. Big difference, except if you go single core. It's about a quarter of this one. It has nothing to do with speed. It's freaking just the memory on the die. It's not gonna paste. Oh, whatever. Oh yeah, 1,300 something. For this i7, and then it's 4,600. So the new i9 with 8 is 4 times faster. Not even faster, just like overall performance, whatever. Except you're not going to get any of that performance because nothing even uses any of the cores. So like an operating system that's like performance first. Yeah, no, everyone's going to switch to that. So here is in assembly, making the whatever system call in Linux to make a thread. And then it makes a thread, and then oh, here. So RAX holds the PID or whatever of the thread that's created when it's a main thread. So jump 0 jumps when it's the new thread. So it's making 2 threads, and then I have them writing to here in the file. I think the first thread waits until the second thread has written before it returns, or something like that. And then this stuff, I gotta get something done. So these things, then whatever test stuff I'm setting up now, they write to here to log out. Oh, it's so much fun to make this in Windows. And it's like, fuck Windows, because they didn't even like convert over older library. Windows is like, hey, if you want to use like these old calls, you could like install some other runtime, use their binaries, because Windows like didn't convert their whole API over. They only picked what they wanted. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to Linux. And now like I'm on Linux, I'm setting stuff up on the GPU. And this stuff is taking way too long. Except I would have had to do this anyways. I get something done. Alright, so one core, all this stuff. If I run assembly, calls kernel, and the kernel doesn't even recognize it. Because the kernel fucking sucks. It's a piece of shit. Oh my god, this is so dumb. I'll just make the thread hang and get stuck in the loop. Alright, so now she gets stuck. And then eventually, the operating system will be like, hey, there's actually 2 threads running. Let's like update the graph here to reflect what's happening on the computer. Because it can't just update this in real time or like even represent what's running because it sucks. It sucks dick. Dick sucker. So now it's stuck. Is this gonna update? Really? Oh, that's the GPU. Oh, here we go. Oh, there was thread activity. But then it's like, hey, you're writing to the same memory location. Let's like... The thread's not doing anything now. It's been optimized. Because it's like, hey, this is a loop writing to the same location. And nothing's changing. That's like hardware optimization. I mean, hardware's come so far. It's gonna kill the program. Well, last time I was updating. I guess not this time. Oh look, now we got 2 cores. Whoop. And then it ends. There's so many cores on CPU. And you spend a shitload of money. And like, everything makes no sense. You sit there waiting for movies to render. When you like render a video. Or you sit there for something to just render. And it never uses a whole CPU. Or even GPU. Oh, it's so annoying. Alright, so newer CPUs have this many cores. So when you're running your computer, you've got this much processing power. It's like, I got the new gaming computer, got the new i9, this is my setup. You run your programs, and it's like, what's the point? It's fucking retarded. Stuff is shit. And then, like, Amazon Music, that app, when you open that one, the thread usage goes vroom. It uses like all the threads. They use like a thread for Amazon Music to like get the mouse input. They use another thread to like update something on the screen. They use another thread for like the networking. Like every single thing in the Amazon Music app uses a fucking thread for no reason. And that app is shit. It just gets stuck half the time. Probably because it has like a thread lock, whatever. Because it's so bad. This app is absolute garbage. Whoever makes this app, just goddamn, holy fuck, I gotta get something done. Oh, this is so boring. Makes these threads, whatever. It makes a new thread, and the stack is separate from the thread. And it's like, it's fucking awesome. Because you get like these registers, even though it's all fake, and it's all memory bound, it's at least like encoded to the instruction. So it's like, I don't know, whatever. So you get like these registers. God, this fucking shit. These registers. Except the new CPUs with 8 cores. You get this many. Because each thread has its own. Oh my god, that took forever. Oh my god. So like on this 17-year-old CPU, you only get like 4 times the amount for cores of these registers. And that's it. On the new CPUs, you get like 8. So it is more. I would expect it to be more than 8 times cores, whatever. But it's more than 4, I guess. I also would expect like true multi-core processing, but Intel failed at that the first time. I doubt they're gonna try it again. I think Intel figured out they're retarded, and they're like, yeah, we're never gonna actually try to do that again because we're stupid here at Intel. Why are they designing processors in the first place? Like, once AMD made the 64-bit ISA, it should have been like, alright, AMD, you now get the crown. Because these people at Intel, they're fucking dumb. And then Intel is still making, what the fuck is efficiency core? Bullshit. That is a lot of registers. Even though they're like memory bound. That's like fucking awesome. So I'm gonna support the old CPUs that are like this, and then the new ones. I got like so much shit to try and benchmark. Get like every little bit of performance. Every little bit. I actually need this, so I'm gonna keep a copy of this. I need to get done. Alright, so like the cores, whatever. They all use different stacks. So each core, you can set a different stack. If this is like a stack, you have like a stack over here, over there. Or share a stack between cores. And you can, you know what? It's gonna be so awesome. So the stacks are like this, whatever. And some stacks are bigger than other ones, depending on how much of a stack you're using and stuff. And then it can be like divided out. Into like different regions and then different threads. Can message pass or access other things or share data, because it's like the stack is separate from the entire thread or the registers of the thread. It's like a separate thing. So you have all these fucking registers. And you could even use registers like return values. So you can load up register, let it go. It can like save values all code wise without like ever like saving to like actual memory. It can like read, load up values. And maybe use like these for whatever the computation stuff. And then like if that's like where it's gonna return, it'd be like a super fast return where all the values are there and they can just dump the values and then do the next task, whatever. And there's like so many different things to try. This would be fucking awesome. Alright, I'm gonna like shut up and get something done. So I gotta cut this and then paste in here. Looks like it's still running. And then I'm going to convert the JavaScript program to the lexical parser. And then I'll paste whatever in the description when it's done. I'm going to convert the whole parser to assembly after I get it in JavaScript. And then I'll be able to test threading shit and figure out what's fast, what's not, what works, what doesn't. And when I get to operating system, oh, that's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so awesome. Fucking raw CPU power. Straight up computation, everything. Optimize the fuck out of it. Be like a whole new like breed of like art development software, like music, video rendering. Oh, it's gonna kick so much ass. So when you click render on something, every teeny little piece of CPU that's available is gonna be used. And that thing's gonna render so fucking fast. There's nothing worse in college than sitting there trying to render on the laptop before class and never finish in time. And to like turn in video for project. Like our college, and it's like, fuck. Oh, this is shit. What is wrong with Adobe? And I made the mistake of buying the Mac that didn't have the GPU in it. The guy that sold it, he's like, hey, yeah, it has a GPU in it. And then I ran Adobe, and it's like, this laptop does not have a GPU. I was like, fuck. And it doesn't even run it. You can't even render on it. Adobe's a piece of shit. So, I don't know, like, my operating system, it's in a fucking, like, whatever. I gotta stop talking, get something done. I'm tired of this. I want to get to OS design. Or back to it, or finish it up, or whatever. This shit, all of it, is so fucked. Oh, it's such a waste of time. It's about the process, though. Just go through it, get it done, and then I can just fucking release my stuff and get this stuff obsolete. Assuming... What do I know? Okay, so this is way smaller than the other one. So I'm going to convert this, I'm going to shut up, and then I should be able to type the same arguments in assembly as JavaScript. This is so laggy. I should be able to type 80 whatever here, and then do that also for JavaScript. Right here. This is so laggy. And then they should both compute the same values. And then I'll have to like rewrite this again later. Because I'm doing like 32-bit. Except when I get to assembly, I'll like update it to 64-bit. But I'll have like a baseline whatever to work with, and then whatever. And then I can thread this too. So like a parser is probably a really good thing to learn how to thread or figure out the best way to thread. Or there's different ways you could set up threads, but there's gonna be like pros and cons of whatever. And nobody apparently seems to be doing that. Because I guess they're all stupid. Or the people that buy computers are stupid. Because why would you buy a new computer if you're never going to use the whole computer? Or even when you're using the whole computer, if it's for like this shit app. Where they're like, hey, let's just make threads for every box. Give it a thread. And then the whole program locks up. It has to be a thread lock. That has to be what's going on. This thing opens so many threads. It's 2026. Can you believe that? Man, it's almost unbelievable. Oh, it used actual CPU right there. Wow, amazing. It's probably like some background task. And then it's back to like 25%. Oh, I'm so bored. I want to be doing this. I cannot stand JavaScript. It is so fucking hot. I need a winter to come back. I need cold. I cannot take this. Alright, JavaScript works. Assembly is working. I removed the thread thing. This locking it. I'm sure Amazon would remove the thing that locks up Amazon Music when it gets stuck. I'm assuming a thread lock. It might not be a thread lock. It might be something else that's poorly designed in this app. But whatever it is, I bet they wish it'd be really nice to like just be like, oh, this is it, and then change it. This app is so poorly designed. To figure out where the program locks up, oh, that takes so long. They probably make a thread for a thread. You know what? They probably would. They'd make a thread to manage other threads, and then they make a thread to manage a thread that's managing threads. Threads. Oh, I'm gonna convert this. I need ice water. I need to shut up and focus. Stream's only 8 hours. Yay. Alright. Get this done. Fast as possible. No stack. So no stack also, because the threads, when I get to like whatever, when I convert the lexical parser to assembly, I'm gonna try this whatever. Or make like a running thread or whatever, I don't know. And then I'll save all the values to registers, and then not touch any of the other registers. And I can like dump them on the stack. And I can like set up a bunch of like stack regions and like a little like orchestra of all these little pieces in motion. And I got a benchmarker too to figure out what's fast, what's not, what is, what isn't. Except that should be like really fucking fast. And like leverage out of order execution and like the memory loads, and then if I don't store to memory, it's like in the register, even though they're memory bound. No, whatever. That's gonna be fun shit. I'm gonna convert this, and yeah. I need to like focus. Get some water, and then force myself to focus. Oh, this would be painful. assembly. So no stack. I had to restart. I lost my notes. Man. So in, I'm gonna pass in RAX, RBX, RTX, RCDX, and then out. I'll like set this one to null or something. And then these ones. Use them as like half registers instead of going to memory. And then I'll have like 32-bit. What is this, 12? It's like 4, 16, 12. So like 24, 32-bit storage locations. When I get to threads later, or whatever. So I think there's more than 24 temp values. I'm gonna shut up, count these up, and figure it out. This isn't even perfect. It's close to perfect, but not perfect. I wanted this to be like a tight little like block like a majority of like the computation. But they got like this in here. It just ruins it. I broke everything down to smaller numbers. Except for this one. Just shows up down there. This I broke up. Start position. It doesn't show up after that point. Well, it does up here. Wait, is there an extra copy of this? Oh, I have a copy of the whole thing up here. Okay, whatever. So I'm not going to change anything, just leave it. Except I broke it down to smaller numbers because later on I want to like parallelize it. Parallel and then eyes on parallel. Like parallelize. Man, it's difficult to say. If you have two numbers and they're both max int, if you have like a 3-bit number, seven, so 3 bits here, and you add 7 to that, you get 14, and the result is always never above 1 sign bit above whatever the numbers were. So if you like set up, so 4 bits, an 8-byte number has 64 bits. So if you take a 64-bit number and divide it by 4, that's 16. So you could load up 16 3-bit numbers that intentionally don't use a top bit. So if you divide things by 8 to unroll stuff, you can get 16 nibbles in 8 bytes. You can do like addition, subtraction between all those bits packed in a big number, and then it only ever sets the sign bit of each grouping of 4. So you can do like a whole bunch of stuff in parallel. So like a 64-bit number, you could waste the whole number on like fucking like elementary math and like subtract these big numbers and be like, hey, I got 64-bit. Or you could break it down, reduce it to like its simplest form, and get maximum computation. And nobody does that. Nobody. Because I guess programming's dead, at least for now. Programming won't be dead for long. And people that know how to program, they're going to make a lot of money. Because they're going to be needed. There's going to be so much stuff that needs to be rewritten or updated. Because like OpenAI, whatever. OpenAI, Anthropic, they're just like shitifying, slopifying the current environment. They're gonna like turn it into like a pigsty. And they'll have a new operating system. All this new shit. Lockdown. User first, customer first, developer first. I'm pretty sure everyone would move over to that. While this system could like say, hey, it's fair use. And like fair use itself alive. So like OpenAI is like the best thing to ever happen. To like destroy the system. And then it's like, hey, new system. Alright, I think that's 32. So if I split up in like groups of 4. Was it 16? I just don't want to be wrong. Freaking draw it up and be wrong. I think I'm one short. So if you take a 64-bit number, you break it up into like 16 parts. You do like a computation on smaller numbers. You can do so much more. Oh, it's not even funny. Except multiply. If you multiply 2 numbers, whatever. That's like slightly different. So not all operations, but like most. All the ones that the compiler optimizes for. I mean the CPU optimizes for. The CPU is designed to optimize for the compiler. So I'll use everything that's optimized for the compiler, and I will be the ultimate compiler because the compiler is a piece of shit. It literally sucks ass. So we will cherry pick everything that's really fast and then make it really, really fast. So with two 64-bit numbers, you could do one 64-bit subtraction or addition, and then get like a 64-bit result. Or you could break the 64-bit number up, depending on the operation and what's being done, into like 16 smaller numbers. And do like 16 operations in one addition. And then get 16 results. So like, if you combine that, oh, shit's gonna be so fast. With like, once I figure out the best threading technique, or which ones work best depending on the scenario. Oh, this would be some fast shit. $16 results from one operation means you could do like 16 different loop and rolls. Like that, it's done. But instead, 100% of programs, you just like take the big ass number, you subtract it in multiple places all over the place. Just fucking wasting computation. I need to make like an insanely optimized compiler. Because I got like a basic one right now, but it's not. I gotta get something done. Like, I don't know, whatever. I'm so ready for freaking. I gotta get done. 32-bit is boring. 32-bit single core is boring. 32-bit threads is stupid. 64-bit threads, that's like fucking awesome. Except I hate the 64-bit assembly. Instruction set's crap. I'm like, shut up and get something done. Oh, this computer's so slow. I'm actually gonna shut up now. I really need to focus. I cannot focus. Here we go. Let's make this into assembly. Why is the music stuck? Everything's stupid. Man, I was like, oh, this would be like fucking perfect. I need 4 32-bit values. I totally overlooked that. I was like, oh my god, I can like fit it in 4. And it's just like, I didn't think it through. So I need 5 to return it. I need to like focus and get done. That's really annoying though. Man. So I only get 22 storage locations. Well, not totally. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to like save the value in these. Pasted. Oh wait, no, that's like returning out. Wait, this might actually be 24. No, it doesn't matter. Four args in, 5 out. It is what it is. So pack these into 1 value. Or I don't know, whatever. Oh wait, these are 32-bit values. I could pack them. Yes. I really need to just get this done. I'm trying to like figure something out with threading. So I'm like half focused and I can't just focus until I figure it out. And I can't test it because I'm streaming, so I'm gonna test it off stream. I need to focus. Alright, so these are 32-bit. Which means they'll fit in the 64-bit. Double pack it, whatever. And these all in 1. Actually, I'll make it 4-bit, because 3-bit is funky. So only 3 values. And I already freaking updated the note. I should have waited. I need to stop wasting time. It's not possible though. I have ADHD. It's a condition. Medically. Like I've been diagnosed. It's because of freaking school. Fucking making you sit in class. Oh, fucking damaged me. Like, bitch, you sit the fuck down and look at the fucking board. God damn. So, 3 args return. Nothing changed. So, back to plan. I gotta shut up and get done. I need to focus. Fuck. This is so boring. So I gotta make defines for these offsets and define them at the top. And then I'll get them set to the value to return. And then I'll bit mask and shift them into place for the return. So I'll do that, and then I'll work on the args passed in, and then work through the function. I gotta like figure out how to like get the label, length, distance in NASM. I'll get to that in a minute. And this breaks my whole like use small numbers. It's so annoying. It's lagging. This number's showing up down here. It ruins my whole like, I was gonna have all these be like teeny weeny numbers. And now they're not teeny weeny. I'm throwing in a fucking like 64-bit number with all the teeny weenies. LBRB. Teeny weeny. It would suck to have a teeny weeny. It would really suck. I need to stop making bad jokes. I won't though. I need more caffeine.
Resolving %define, %define. To have a reference to an embedded single-line macro resolved at the time that the embedding macro is defined, as opposed to when the embedding macro is expanded, you need a different mechanism to the one offered by %define. The solution is to use %define, or its case-insensitive counterpart %argsdefine. Suppose you have the following code. Define is true 1, define is false is true, define is true 0, val 1, db is false, define is true 1, val 2, db is false. In this case, val 1 is equal to 0, and if you want it is false to expand to the value assigned to the embedded macro is true at the time that is false was defined. You need to change the above code to use %define. Define is true 1, define is false is true, define is true 0, val 1, db is false. Define is true 1, val 2, db is false. Now, each time that is false is called, it expands to 1, as that is what the embedded macro is true expanded to at the time that is false was defined.
So like, it might not be obvious, but like C language, it's out of date. It's been since it was made, or basically copied from the guy that like, what's his name in so and so. They copied it from the guy that like made the language that everybody copied off of. He's like still alive apparently. He gets like no credit for like any of this shit. Everyone just like copied off him and then made C. And then it's like, oh, Dennis blah 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 and blah blah blah. They made C language. No, they just copied off the guy that made it. The guy that made it gets no fucking credit. Yeah, these two. They didn't make C language.
C language is a general-purpose, procedural programming language developed by Dennis McAllister Ritchie in 1972. This also why Dennis M. Ritchie.
I can't even find it. It's something. Whatever it is. The guy that they like got the ideas from to make C language. He's like not even like in history. That's gonna happen to like Microsoft. They're just gonna be like forgotten. Where they like how they should be. Just forgotten. They're a terrible company. Horrible. Just written out of history. Just like Microsoft does to all the other companies. Happen exactly to Microsoft. Be awesome. So like C language is really fucking old. It's been obsolete since it was made. And then C language, it's so bad. So like in assembly, or at least this assembler, there's also other assemblers, but they really suck. Oh man. This assembler has like a sign and it has X defines. So like a sign, I think it's like a value, and then it retains that value every time it's used. So it's like an auto accumulating value, whatever. So you use a sign multiple times, and you like add one to it, whatever, if it's accumulating. And then you use X define to say this define is defined to this thing, except it's going to be defined more than once. So if you use a macro and the macro is used more than once, and you want everything in that macro to relate to the current define, it gets like, I guess like a scope. It gets a scope. It holds scope to that X define. So then you can X define it later for like a different like scope area, whatever. I mean, scope is so important. And all modern, quote, languages from fucking like 1950s. Or they're designed off things from 1950s, so they might as well be 1950s. They have none of this shit. They also don't have the performance. Fucking lack.
If you wanted is false to expand to the value assigned to the embedded macro is true at the time that is false was defined, you need to change the above code to use %sdefine. Sdefine is true 1. Sdefine is false is true. Sdefine is true 0. Val 1. db is false. Sdefine is true 1. Val 2. db is false.
So here... Oh, that's confusing. Hold on. Is true is true. Is false is true. Is true is now false. And the value 1 defined byte is false is going to be true. And then define is true 1. So is false is going to remain 1 because it's defined using X define. Except in C language, this doesn't exist. In C language, you define once and you're stuck with that define. Or you can undefine it and define it again. C language only has this. That's absolute trash. So like assembly language, or at least NASM, there's other languages that are like low level. It's weird how like low level programs are like more advanced than high level. It seems like a joke. You would think the lower you go, like, well, that's where the performance at, not like high level. So you go high level programs, just fucking slop, straight up shit, and then it's like, hey, trust the compiler. The compiler knows better. No, it doesn't. Those people are idiots. The compiler's a piece of shit. I still gotta finish my compiler, so what do I know? Who am I to say? So it's define or xdefine because this was in a macro. I define it once and then I define the assign to the define. And then the assign I'm accumulating each time. Every time it's set to the next xdefine. So like everything that's in like, I don't know, like the best of like all the languages I've used in programming, whatever, I'll pack them all into my JavaScript or JonsScript. It's like JavaScript, but it's like JonsScript. It's like perfect. And then that way people can be using JonsScript. And it literally is the same exact JS. Oh, I'm gonna mimic JavaScript and make it out of freaking obsolete. This is me, hilarious. So like Microsoft does this all the time. So does Google. They like copy a company and then that disappears. I'm gonna do that to all you guys. All you big tech companies. Well, the ones that don't want to play long. Because it's a game. It's just a game. The user is one being used. So it's time to like flip that around. And anyone that doesn't want to play, well, no one's gonna want to use your shit. Because this shit is me so much faster that like just it's gonna be gone. It's be the same spelling, almost the same thing, but it's a whole new thing. Oh, this would be awesome. So like JonsScript is gonna be a combination of all the languages I've used, but like the best parts. I should make like a little citation or like make a note of all the like things I add if I got the idea from another language, just to like give credit, whatever. So I don't know, whatever. It's like NASM is like the best assembler. Like really impressive. Unlike GCC, the GCC compiler, god damn. Holy fuck. This is not impressive. It's actually embarrassing. It's like, really? You call this thing a fucking compiler? Anyways. Oh, I need to get this done. I'm so tired of this. This may take a little bit longer than I thought. So I got X immediate for like, I don't know, the bit size is unknown. I got like 4 immediate, because like 4, oh man. I wanted to define bytes. Except bytes and bits are both B. If I do B before 4, that could be bytes and maybe like 4B will be bits. I gotta come up with like a naming convention. I have one, but it's not. I always try to make something better and then just revert to whatever was best when it's not better. The process. Alright, so I'm like, whatever, use these XD, this template. And then, well, not template, just like, I gotta look this stuff up again and refresh Totally forgot everything. Well, not forgot, just C language. None of this shit. Like, doesn't even exist. I gotta, like, whatever. I need to shut up and focus. So like a JonsScript is it's not gonna. Well, I have never seen any language where you can like define a define. So if you could like define to like defu, that would be the most useful shit ever. So do that, and then instead of having to use define, you can make your own thing. So if it's like a different language, where it's like Chinese or like whatever, or it's like the operating system is later, but like I can't say every single thing. People will take my ideas at some point. Right now it doesn't matter. Alright, I'm not gonna say that now. Alright, so like I cannot focus. So if you could define defu to define, which is totally possible, depending on the parser. And since I'm making the parser, because I've made several, it's possible. So you can make defu be the same thing as define. I've never seen that done. That'd be so useful. And then also, it should be possible to like use tokens. I guess white space still needs to be used. When I get to the operating system, that's different. So much will be better and change and make things easier. Because text files are stupid. It should never have to recompile, ever. Well, I guess maybe, you know what, whatever. So like, you can't do a define and use this hashtag symbol, pound symbol in the label or the name, because it's like reserved. So if you could do it, then you can make a define and be like defu. And then if like, I don't know, whatever. I'm gonna need that. And then it'd be like all that and a bag of fucking chips. Fucking awesome. And then you can like use any character as long, I guess white space would still have to be like the white space rule where like white space determines the spacing of things. But then you could like define defu or something and then use any label or character. And then this would make it so difficult to clone my language or like try to copy it or mimic it, because people would have to go through the fun. It is actually fun though, of making a compiler that supports this. Nobody wants to do that. So if you want to like rip off, copy my language, I'm gonna have all this stuff that nobody does. So if you want to copy my language, you'd have to figure it out. I'm gonna ask chatbot on this. I gotta focus, but I'm trying to figure some shit out. And I can't just focus on what I'm trying to do. So then you can do like define and then define with these labels or tokens or chars, code points. So you have like currency. I want like define something like related to money or whatever. Imagine processing money in JavaScript. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Bad idea. like define, and you redefine define, and then I really shouldn't say every single, but like no one's gonna know right now to copy, and it'd be so much work to implement this, so I'll just whatever. I'll just stop after this. But then you could have define and then add metadata to like pick attributes or whatever for the define. And you could like, I'm not gonna whatever. Except you can make a money define. And you could define literals to a class specifically for money. And then when you do like an online transaction, as long as it's not fucking in the browser, because the browser's not secure. So like, not in the browser, in a real, actual, secure environment. Then you could like do define and make define with a freaking money symbol instead of like this. Well, if it's C language. And then you can define rules for when it's this kind of define. So like Lay's chips, I don't know. It's like they're like $20, 34 cents, whatever. Oh, that'd be some expensive chips. Alright, I'm done for now. I gotta focus. Oh, so much cool shit. So like NASM has like all this cool shit. I'm gonna like add so much. And then all this stuff would be compile time constant. It'd be fucking fast as fuck. So then, when you write a program, if you take the time to write the program and you do it a certain way, you actually get the benefit of actually spending your time and then doing it whatever way. Unlike JavaScript or C language, where it's like, hey, you give it to the compiler and you're like, hey, I trust that it knows better than a human being. Which it doesn't, because the C compiler is made by idiots. If it wasn't made by idiots, then it wouldn't be so slow. And it makes some shit assembly. It has like 03, 02 compilation modes. And it just corrupts the fucking build. Because they don't know how to compile. So when they apply the aggressive optimization, they know what techniques are better and what are faster. But they can't even implement them. That's how bad C language is. It's terrible. It's pathetic. I'm gonna make it look so bad. You can have like an inventory, and then I guess you'd want to define this also with a tag. So like languages all the way up to this point, since they make it basically impossible to do this kind of stuff, it means I can do all this stuff. And it's not gonna break existing languages. So since the restriction in the first place was placed, I have so much flexibility to do like all of this awesome shit, and then I can still support the basics. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. Alright, so like Lay's chips, Fred's pickles, I don't know. There is no actual thing called a Fred's pickles. I hope there's not. I would not eat Fred's pickle. That's gay. A really expensive pickle. Then you can have like inventory or whatever. Not inventory. Looks like a shopping cart or something. And then the semicolon rule. I might do that in my language. Where like you don't need a semicolon if it's obvious. That might not be the best idea. I gotta think about that one. But then you could have alright, whatever. And then like if you do concat, relay concat tokens, I end up doing this all the fucking time. In C language, you do like this. And then this doesn't work straight up. You gotta make like a glue macro to like pass them into another macro. Because there's like, it has to survive the first and second pass of a macro expansion or whatever. So if I make defines with attributes, this is not exactly how it would be. Except you can make defines and then pick attributes for the define, like rules, whatever. And say like, this is a concatable define. And then this has nothing to do with it being concatable. It's just makes it easier to look at it and say, hey, this is going to be concated. Or maybe like if you think that's easier, or you want to use that as like your symbol for like, these are concat things. I gotta save a lot of this for the operating system. I'll do like most of it in JonsScript. But then when you like put tokens together, like this, whatever. Yeah, okay. Alright, now I'm bored of this. I thought of defining a define, and then I'm gonna go back to something now. Precise chatbot.
Is there any language currently where one can define @defu define so they can do @defu bar 123?
Looks like they're having issues. Ah, whatever. So right now, there's JavaScript. And then there's going to be JonsScript, or I would assume, what do I know? And then this one will end up like a shadow, and then eventually just and be replaced with something just like it. Same thing Google, Microsoft, same exact thing they do. Same game, new player. And I don't lose, so it's gonna suck for Microsoft. It's a good thing that, you know what, whatever. I need to get this done. So I'm gonna make these defines. I should just hard code stuff. I'm gonna hard code it. I want to recycle it, but I'll end up rewriting it anyways. So it's not worth recycling. This computer is so laggy. I'm probably gonna be like, you know what, I'll just do whatever. It's not worth trying to save time. I'm not gonna hard code it, I'm just gonna do whatever. I'm gonna shut up and get something done. Or try. I'll try to shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Oh, this is so boring. I'm trying to like think ahead. And I'm not focused. Anyway. Alright, so then these defines I can. So if RAX is for this value, never have too many blocks. Well, you can in Visual Studio. Visual Studio by Microsoft. It's like limits on everything. If you have too many of anything, it won't compile. And then when you hit the limit, it's like, damn it, you gotta like rewrite shit. It's a lot of fun. If you want fun when writing a large program, use Microsoft Visual Studio. Lots of fun. Actually use like any C compiler. Tons of fun. Endless fun. So these are most likely going to be packed. In one of these. Like 24, like split the 64-bit registers into two, and like store 32 bits in a bottom up graph. I'm writing this for like funsies, not necessarily performance. I want to see if we can like pack everything, or just for the challenge. Except because like 16 registers is so many registers. And there's no benefit to even having anything in a register, because it's all memory bound. Anyways, you just get the benefit of not having to use an address to get it, the value. So NASM doesn't have switches. Because switches are stupid. Switches are so stupid. Switches are like a handicap for language. So this doesn't have them because it's not handicapped. Except C language is handicapped. So C language has switches, and so does JavaScript. And neither of those two have C language or JavaScript. Neither have tail call recursion or true recursive tail call recursion support, because neither of them are like, I don't know, they're not legit. They're garbage. If they weren't, they wouldn't be so slow. Even C language is slow. Really freaking slow. So like these inside the case statement where it assigns them to return them can be packed instead of an object that's returned into a register. You only need like three registers to return back or whatever, and for in. supposed to be like these three for the bit pack values. Let's say like this one is in R0 or R8. This one's R9, R10, or this is 9.2 or something. Shift it left into the position value. Man, I'm gonna have to hard code stuff. I'm doing this for every single thing. Even making a macro. I don't want to make macros. I'll just hard code stuff. So like shift left. I don't know, like 32 bits. If I unpack everything 64 and 64. If I unpack 64 bits, I'll just put everything in like 32 bits apart, except some things I could pack more than just whatever. I'm gonna keep changing my mind. I gotta get this done, but I'm trying to figure something else out. So like 0 and 32. So this is an R9 at 0 offset of the 64-bit, and this is an R9 at 32-bit of the offset. So to get these three values as example, move, let's use a DX, RDX, R8, man, using registers for memory is going to be annoying because I need the registers to get the memory from them. So you like move RBX, R8, and then rotate or shift right, RBX, R8. Wait, what? No. Shift right, 32. Alright, so this gets R8 into RBX. This shifts right to clip off the bottom 32 bits to keep just this part of R8. And then that's going to go to RX, and then RCX, move R9, RDX, move RCX, just because it's the same thing. We'll actually just do this. And then shift right, RCX, 32. I think a move will clip off the top if it's 32-bit. I don't remember, or you can't mix 32-bit and 64. I hate 64-bit. So like shift right RCX, Except that would be X. This is gonna go last. Alright, so I'm gonna, yeah, it doesn't, whatever. So and with 32 value. And shift this one right, and then I'll automatically mask off the top when I shift right there too. And then I set them to RX, so move RX 0 or X or 0 8. Whatever that works. Behind the scenes, the CPU is probably going to set this to like internally an XOR. Because the CPU is like fucking software. It's not just machine code inside, it's software. It's like a shit PU. It's like fucking software. On startup, it has to like load tons of shit from the BIOS. And you call it with instructions. And then it acts like it's like built into the CPU. But no, it's like fucking from the damn motherboard. Oh, it's so stupid. So move RX 0 and then I want RBX at the bottom. And define this. Here's the shift, I think. So I have enum. And then I define 0, 1, 2, 3 to each of these. And I have a shift here. Defined to 4 bits times the enum. So this is the bit position. And I gotta mask it also. Unless I know it's already zeroed. So like shift left. BXCX. Start flipped. RCX is R9. RDX is R9. This one here and this one here. So this is bottom 32 bits of R9. This is top 32 bits. So CX is for bottom. So here, and then this is top. 32 bits, so I shift right to get it from top to bottom. And really, I would like subtract this offset with this offset. But I'm not optimizing, I'm just writing it up and getting it done. So then shift left all these. Get them in the bit position. And then or these two. Or actually I'm not optimizing. So I'll just or them all one after another. Because the CPU might actually optimize that. Because it keeps one register, or it keeps things in the ports, or the buffer, whatever you call it. They call it a port. It's not a port on the data bus. At least like longer than one before the next iteration. Because pipeline doesn't really mean pipelined. It means they stole the whole pipeline until the next entry. Everything's a fucking bullshit redescription of what's actually happening. So since it like holds the last value before the next instruction in the quote pipeline, because it's not pipelined, it's just one instruction behind, it means this RAX is still going to be in the ports, or whatever you want to call it, the buffer. So if it's like one instruction behind, I think they increased the quote pipeline, so it might be 3, 4, 5 instructions behind. But whatever. That means this might still be in the pipeline, and it might grab these and apply them without having to like reload this. Who knows though? Everything's garbage. And then at the end here though, RAX is going to be holding this stuff, which is literally just like this bit mask. This is so much more fun than JavaScript or C. Because then when you write something and you optimize it, it's actually optimized. Not like leave to the compiler and then it like does jack shit. So it will hold this at the end for RAX. Oh, and then assembly. Every CPU, well, I guess model, whatever's different between CPUs, you gotta like write up different machine code depending on the CPU. So you basically really need a compiler. I gotta finish a compiler. I'm not doing that for the JavaScript engine though. So I'm gonna have to like write assembly for x86 64 and ARM 64 side by side. I'll just open up a window, divide the window in 2 parts, and write x86 on this side, and then write ARM 64 on this side. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of fun. Streams at like 11:34. Let's start another one. I'll be right back. And then get this done, and then I'm gonna try to get stuff done offline for a day or two. So I'll be right back though.